Check one. Check one. Check one. Check one. Check one. And check one with the check one. Oh no, check one. Here we go. Yeah. Check one. Check one. Yeah. Okay. Hello. Playful Shishu. Let's see what's up with the thing. It looks different now, doesn't it? Yes, it does. It looks different now. Grow the mesh. We will maintain the mesh. We will maintain the mesh. Put down the bandwidth weavers next to the bandwidth relays. You know what I mean? Oh yeah. Here and there. Here and there. Here and there. Here and there. It'll get some stuff flowing around the world. We have this build queue. Let it go for a second. I put down a couple buffer boxes here and there. As long as there's a buffer box, things are good to go. And things will move around the map, like so. Let's populate the rest of these bad boys. Now we have a minor backlog. Let's let it go. Just a little bit more. Okay. Incoming supplies are going to be heading straight toward these buffer boxes. Okay, now we're good to go. There we are. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, and I'll put out some of the ice forge here. A couple ice forges on the periphery. It also keeps it kind of cool. Alright. I'll put down a flux exporter here and there. It also keeps it kind of cool. Bring it down a bit, the system. I'll put down the thermal bus to help move around the heat a bit better. And of course we have the turret. And the decoy node. Let's go ahead and put down the turret in the front. Right there. And I'll put down some nice storage boxes behind so that it's always ready to go. You know, everything is fine and okay. Enemies coming in, doing their thing. I'll put down the decoy node at the bottom. And the turret, things are moving along. Okay, I put in a thermal cell right in the middle, here and there. This is going to convert the resident heat into additional flux. Here and there. Looking, we have a good amount of different materials. We're out of the ice forge material. If I click on this, we have to refine a couple things. I'm trying to refine the data that's visible. Let me get my notepad out. Okay, and right here, this is overlapping. Bring down inspection window. Overlapping map info. Okay, and that's fine. We're looking. We have a lot of the ice in the network, which is fine, and it could. Here, let me add that effect. If ice is held in a buffer box, it chills it. Flux can only be held in a cell. Alright, that's good. Okay, and we're looking great here. Let's go ahead and get some defenses on the side for a second. Just the basic stuff. And the support network right there, and maybe a couple buffer boxes. And I'll throw in more ice. Alright, that's fine. Nothing in the queue. Let's go over here to the virus incubator. This will also make it kind of hot. So I should couple that with the ice spire to make it kind of cold. But this is going to require additional resources to make it happen. But it's okay. The ice spire will make the area cold and serves as a long-range artillery effect that I'm trying to increase over time. It's going to spread them around here. And there they go. This structure right there. Alright. The day, night, and other factors visible at the top there. Okay. That's all good. It's all good. Now I want a couple Blackwall projectors, which should serve to stabilize the area that they're in. But these Blackwall projectors specifically take the quantum material that I might not even have. Now we got a bunch. I was trying to reduce their effect so it's not too crazy, so it's a bit subdued. So now we have those churning. I'll let them exist. Let's get more of these other guys going. I'll leave some gaps open for some heat exchange. Let's get more of that heat going with the thermal cell. Very good. Oh, I need more ice because we have all these artillery units and they're consuming my ice. So let's go just surround the area with a bunch of the ice units to nicely chill it in. So I've been reducing the number of my buildings overall to really fine-tune them to what I'm using. And to fine-tune the mechanics and how they work. It's really working with heat here. See, it's really fine-tuned and streamlined with the color coding, and I reduced the number of buildings and all that. The ice spire makes the area cold around it and shoots a nice range with artillery blast. The virus incubator shoots out a swarm of creatures of one of different variety. We have to make sure that's visible on the very top. Virus incubator. Info. Okay, I said the virus incubator info needs to have all the functions and settings visible at the top, and this has to apply with everything else. Go over all the other features and ensure that settings are visible in the inspection window without having to expand. I'm just making a series of notes here for the future because there's certain settings that are kind of buried down below and they need to be up top. Okay, and a lot of this other information isn't needed, so I tried to collapse it, but the collapse didn't capture some of the key features here. But that's fine. Okay, so the virus incubator, for example, has a feature where I can set way down here the type of creature that spawns from it. If it's a hunter, swarm, brute, and then based upon the cycle, the day, you know, certain things are available deeper in. But that might be based on some other factors right now. different types of different creatures. We're looking at my resources and everything. We need the quantum fabricator, and this also serves to sort of equalize the elevation and temperature of the surrounding area. Those nodes there stay dry only because there's no quantum material. And the quantum material, this quantum fabricator, it requires 2 ice, 2 bandwidth, and 1 quantum core. Sorry, it turns a 2 ice and 2 bandwidth into 1 quantum core, but I'm pretty sure I have it where it also takes flux as well. So I gotta make sure that's true. It has to be accurate. It might just be old information there, but I'm pretty sure I had it where it's ice and flux and bandwidth and data equals quantum core. Like it's everything wrapped up together equals this other material that then regulates the surrounding region based upon the placement. Like this right here, the Blackwall projector, it requires quantum cores, and we have a 0 quantum cores. This right here, the quantum fabricator requires I have enough flux, everything's fine. It says out 0 out of 5. Output buffer 0 out of 5. It's too hot. It needs to be cold. But, let me just change something. Make it so the building will still operate based upon its preferred temperature, but will lower or raise the temp of the tile. It's on until the tile reaches the ideal temp. With the rate based on the difference between the current temperature and the ambient temperature. It's going to keep on accelerating it down. It should always just work and work toward its goal. And steadily work their tile and surrounding tiles through proximity over time. Okay, so over here is the reward area. Very nice. Okay, that works. Nothing else is available. Information popping up. These Blackwall projectors sure need something. Is that the problem? Let's fast forward a bit. Where's my fast forward? Over here now. So we fast forward and... Can I click on you? I can click on you. You're not even... Can I click on you? I can click on you. You're not even built yet, buddy. It says it needs 10 core. So it's just a massive backlog for the quantum cores. And my quantum cores are fine. They got built right away. They're relatively cheap to craft, I guess, based upon what I have. And they just convert everything. They're the end cap. They convert everything over to everything, baby. And they'll do what they have to do. And the temperature will regulate over time. Eventually. Okay, we have enough flux, we have enough this and that and this and the quantum amount is going up, it's being spent right away. But in the end, this quantum fabricator does regulate everything if I can fit it in there. Over time, these structures hit a jackpot and I can replace what they have with something else. In this case, the quantum fabricator. And you see, it's generating a lot of heat, blah, blah, blah. I want certain things to run cold, but require more flux. Let's see that up there. Things that run colder should require flux to operate. It's a cost. If you want to run cold, you gotta spend the flux. So you have to have a hot spot to generate the flux, and then convert the heat into flux. So that's what the thermal bus is for. Whenever data or other material passes through the thermal bus, it strips away a bit of heat as flux. And the thermal cell does the same thing. It will strip away the territorial heat and turn it into flux it's storing at the local buffer. And then it spreads out to where it's needed. And see how there's numbers here? There's a faded number and a big number, whatever. One number means it's currently in the hub. The other number means it's in the network. So it'll take a second to get to where it needs to go, and it's going to be traveling through the network to get to where it needs to go to fulfill some task. But it's still available. Okay, and we want to get the shards replaced with the stuff, and we are getting the material that you see right there. Let's go ahead and do some upgrades. This right here is my net hub. We want to upgrade that core. Max level, so now it has nice good range. And over here, under perks, I want to increase my packet speed, I guess. And increase the turret damage. Increase the defense of everything. You get more perks every day in the game. Okay, these rewards I'll get. I will replace them with... It seems like we're relatively okay there. I'm gonna put one more thermal bus right there. Let's see here. Have data. What the heck? Have data. Resources. Traveling through. Through the thermal bus. Compress. So give the thermal bus and all relays a small holding area a buffer to use for compression. Yeah, compress in groups of 10 or whatever. Fine tune. Of compress and decompress in sets of 10. So if a tier 1 compressed material enters a building for compression, it should compress after collecting 10 to make a tier 2, which should now be worth 100 base resource. stack up to tier 5, up tier 3. Allow for unpacking and packing at each relay and thermal bus. Boop. Okay, that's good. And then, yeah. And then things are running pretty smoothly. I did a bunch of updates to make things run smoother. Yep. Over here, operations, I want to upgrade all. I have to clarify all of this and how the modules work. It has to be user-friendly. I know what this means. You know. So a lot of these modules here are for the routers, like but some of them are for everything. Like all of them have hardened casing, but it makes the network run a bit slower in their area. They could all be overclocked, and it makes everything run a bit hotter. I'm trying to really fine-tune how the overclocking system works. Okay. Because it makes the whole thing run hotter. But just in general, that's how it works. But normally whenever you overclock something, you want it to be colder so it could run longer without breaking. You know? Like, it is running hotter, and it has to be colder to run better. You know what I mean? You know? But I guess, see, those right here are overclocked. So in this case, so overclocking can set the ideal running state for an object to be much lower, forcing it to then use more flux to maintain. So overclocking uses heat across the board, but should make everything colder. But it requires heat. There it goes. See? So a region that is not overclocked, basically. But normally whenever you overclock something, it's working faster, so it has to be colder. You know, whatever. Overclocking should make the operate faster. Now, I do want the ability to make something extra hot. And there is a method. Now, I don't know if I lost the ability. I've been combining abilities and whatnot. There it is. So vent with this can make an area hot. So that the thermal cell, if I go to module bay has the overclock. So that could, in theory, make it want to run colder. But then it'll draw in more heat. The other structures are going to be drawing in heat into its system, but it's really focusing on the flux. But this draws into heat and turns it into flux, and so does this other unit in particular, but the vent actually can make the area hotter. They should, even if overclocked, and should make the area hotter faster while still attempting to run at a lower operational temperature. So it will be consuming more flux to be able to make an area hotter while at the same time attempting to make itself colder, but the spread of heat should be faster than what its single tile can spread. The spread of heat in the area vent ability should be faster than what a single tile can spread through basic preferred temperature matching through overclock. Yeah, sure. Alright, that'll work. And what else do we got? These things are fading away over time. Let's do a big mass upgrade. This whole thing has to be set. See this right here? Remove the buffer box listing. Set every output throttle at once. See, I can open them all. Open all of them, set to 2, and feed back into the system at all times. But then will they even be fed if they're all open? We don't want them to be open. Sealed. We have to clarify that. Let's go clarify that. Remove it. Mass module fit. We don't need that title. Got the overclock. That's kind of obvious. We want that. The hardened casing. The hardened casing. One sec. The hardened casing. But why? Why does it say 0 eligible? Click the strip. Oh, because it already has it? Okay, well, we need more information. More details for mass module works. Ability to remove and add. And view which should be able to remove modules. Should be more clear as to which modules aren't compatible. Need to revise all modules and make them all stackable so you don't run into this issue. Because right now they're not stackable. Well, some of them aren't. Some of them are. It's not clear. Okay, the capacitor, whatever that is. Oh, yeah, whatever. Whatever. Load balancer, that's for the network. It's not clear, it needs to be categorized. It's either load balancer or priority router, basically. Either or, and once it's on, it's stuck. It's not listing which ones they are, but it will be. All of this right here you can equalize, make them all max level, increase each one by 1 for the different buildings of every type, and then we can lower or raise the priority. I'll get rid of that. So this is all just the individual things. Let's collapse that. Just have math operations visible from the main menu. Main ops menu. And have the player dig in. More info or targeted upgrades. I would like for it to be easier to really know which one you're upgrading from this menu, but that's kind of hard with being able to display the map or something, or a thumbnail, or. But then doing that requires it's a big performance hit. It has to load a little box. All these little things I'm doing lowers the performance over time. You know? Okay, I'm gonna fine tune all that. Okay. Grid ops. Yep. And then the perks again. Day and night are passing. Turret damage. Weapon overcharge. Resource build costs. Passive generation. Make the net hub generation also add a perk to increase the generation of bandwidth and flux from the relays and hubs. Yeah. Fire rate. Remove the fire rate perk. I'm trying to simplify a couple things here, buddy. Change the subtext of the weapon overcharge to make it just say just indicate raw damage output. Alright, that's good. Sync, band, sync, bandwidth, flux, sync. That is not really a factor here. The operation from the addition, remove, sync, and tanks and sites. Yeah. Okay. So for the raw info module, I want integrity, on grid, gateway, whatever, inbound. Inbound, really? Mr. Module Bay, what about you? Inbound, whatever. Inbound 0 packet because you're done. You. Supply path congested. Okay. Remove Therm Live. Rack scan. Priority. Okay. And The gateway, we don't gotta know that. Gateway. Link. That's it. For now. Let me go check something else. I mean, some of them are important. For example, the actual bandwidth relay needs to know that information, maybe. Access radius, mesh, pierce, it's all different anyway, so it doesn't even matter. Let me go check out this guy right here. Alright, so for any container, I want to see what's inside when I click on its inspector, including the weaver, the buffer boxes, the turrets, the hubs and relays, etc. A mild display showing an array of slots and some of them filled. The cargo hold magazine tank needs to be listed numerically with the quantity out of its max. Like a fraction representation. But also having a small button that pops up a but also have a small field that shows the visual tank yield. Sure. Okay. Alright, change the design of the turret. Haven't done that yet. Change the design of overclocking. Fire, really cold. Fire and then cold of overclocking. You picked both really hot and really cold. Okay. Alright. Things are looking good here. All the resources are fine. Things are pretty smooth. Alright. It's all good. We have those updates to complete. Gotta find that black hole. I want be more of a temp graphical effect that turns to a singularity and results in a high value resource node that a player has to send a deep probe to harvest. Okay, that's all good. And I want the decay rate. Increase the decay rate of crystals, of data, shard formation, remove the orange meter from around the shards. Yes. Many structures have auras. Large circular fields that visibly emanate and expand. It's sort of distracting. Instead, let's just amplify the effect, the elevation, temp shift should be obvious. With the random pulse ring, but not constant rings. Okay. Okay. Yep. Everything's fine. Let's go ahead and do a new run now. Okay. Buffer boxes. Buffer boxes. Alright. And I'm going to have the bandwidth receiver sort of over here in between these routers and the boxes. It's going to sort of move stuff in that area a bit, you know. And next to that router right there, get more of these units here. Now we got the green stuff coming. Let's get more resources. And let's expand a bit before the enemies come. Get this ring of bandwidth around the territory. Okay. And then from that we can back up a bit. I'm looking at the minimap. We need that day-night indicator. I removed it recently. Okay, and then right in front I want a few of the decoy nodes. Like that on the top, and then on the bottom, same thing. Now these things are going to take up a lot of resources to refill and everything. I'll put some buffer boxes behind them. And that's going to flow around the resources quite a bit. Quite a bit. And then over here on the side as well, the decoy node. Right there. And more turret action. And buffer box. Let's get that thermal bus going. Up and around and move the heat around. Okay. And now I'll put in some thermal cells. Gotta get more. I'm gonna put some more of the... Okay, we're good there. We want more. Let's get the thermal bus, yep. And now I want the flux exporter. That's gonna create a nice cold spot here and there and help generate some flux I need. The occasional cold spot. And then more cold spots with the ice forges. Gotta make sure they're cold spots. And we're getting ice, of course, which is a material I'm using. And I need enough so that whenever it's time to use my artillery gun, we're good to go. It's all good. Okay, I'll do a quick upgrade all. It's good. Let's get a bit more of these resources going. And over time, these will expire. Let's get more heat. Okay, so now I want the virus incubator here and there, and the ice spire here and there. Yep. I made it where I can build stuff even if I don't have the resources. Right here. Ice forge. Right here and there. Remarkable. And this requires the shards and bandwidth. And it should come together quite nicely if I get these buffer boxes here. Things should be moved around where they need to go if we have enough over time. And then you need 0, you need spends bandwidth, and you're saying you're empty? I don't believe you. Okay, let's get more then, and let's see what happens. Let's just get more and see what happens. What do you say? Hi ho hum, what do you say? Right now. Okay. Okay, and yeah, that's, yep, that it was just lacking local bandwidth. Should be fine. Yep, there it goes. There it goes. And bandwidth runs hot. It does run hot. So I can put a vent here and get more out of it. Yep, and then I'll drop a flux exporter here and there. Get some of that flux right there, and get a thermal bus mixed in to go spread out some of that heat, you know. Over here under ops, max out everything. And the Blackwall projector. In just a second. The quantum fabricator. So now as things reach jackpot, I will replace them all with quantum fabricators over time. This fast forward. It is fast forwarded. I want to get used to the slowest speed. Alright, things are coming along. I'm going to put these fabricators out. And your income. Let me add that note here. More info on mouse over. And I gotta know. Okay, I want to know what resources are used to process in the structure, not to craft the initial structure. I want to know what the structure uses to process new material. Yeah. Okay. And what else do we got here? Alright, so we have nothing. Okay, so yeah. Let's see here. Let's see here. I don't believe you. Here's some flux for you. Here's some ice for you. Here's some bandwidth for you. And right over here, thermal bus. And okay, now it's going. I'll add some buffer boxes. Okay, now we have some openings. I'll add more quantum fabricators. And they should work to stabilize the area, really. That is their job. It's working out. It's working out. Oh, it's working out. I'm trying to see if I can do it like this. Oh yeah. Heat buffers. Buffer boxes. Layer after layer. And then I can put in a couple ice spires for local chilling effect, you know. A couple virus incubators. A couple data turrets here and there. some decoy nodes. And some Blackwall projectors. And a whole lot of extra basic buildings here. And I'll clamshell this whole area right here. That'll work. And right over here in front, sort of like in Warcraft or whatever you use, farms, or like in StarCraft, you use farms and whatnot to block the, as a defensive structure, to block a ramp or to block entrance into your base. Because they're expendable and you need them and they're relatively cheap. Okay, and now priority router overclock. Let's go. Oh yeah, it's time to go. Crazy. Crazy. Alright, well, there's all of that. Bam. Let's do it again. Okay, let's do it again. I'm trying to take notes on what needs to change here. And run it for a bit. See at what point it starts to break. Okay. Okay. We're just checking. Checking things. You know how it be. Okay, and then right over here, I want the thermal cell. To store all that extra heat. And the thermal bus to strip the heat. I should surround that with thermal cells. If that's its job. You know? If that is your very job, sir. Okay, and then the bandwidth weaver. Quantum fabricator. Yep. Oh, very nice. Okay, that works. Yeah, that all works. It all works, baby. Okay. So let me go check out my Claude. How much more time do we have? Another hour. Another hour, everybody. A whole hour. Cool. Thermal cell. Got these, you guys are going really far out there. What the heck? Sure. I'll modify that eventually, but that's a bit much right now. Okay, that's good. That's good. Night 2, the wall thins. Get my little ice action going. Ice does require 2 shard, 1 bandwidth. And I'll put the containers here. Very good. You require a whole lot of bandwidth, constant supply. A whole lot of bandwidth. And one more layer of stuff outside here. Because those viruses travel pretty far. They're pretty good. Just 3 and 3 here. Seems like a lot, but we'll find out if it is. Yes, we will. There it is, and now I'll throw in some heat control. There we go. It's all good. And look at the thermal bus going. That's good. Okay. We got some ice here and there, here and there. I'll throw in some ice over here as well. And a quantum fabricator. Flux, cryo, bandwidth, oh my. That'll work, I'm sure. Yep. Now the quantum material, just a bit more here and there. My Q. That's, well, it is fast forwarded already. Bam, 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 bam. Oh, yeah. Okay. Are you gonna hurry up? Yeah, I think they are. It's coming along. Precious bandwidth, I tell you what. That should take care of the problem with bandwidth. Yep. Right there. Gonna wrap this around with more. And then thermal bus land. Transfer the heat. Okay, more ice. That helps to counterbalance the other boxes. I believe. Let's go upgrade everything. It's pretty wild and crazy to see where it goes from here. I have a bunch of notes I wrote down here. So many notes. Now I'm kind of curious about the ocean. I don't know. I don't know. Let's add some buffer boxes over here. There should be a highway of data. Heading in that direction. I'll throw in some a Blackwall projector, that'll do it. And then some virus incubators, you know. Oh. Okay. There's one. So, first time I built a pontoon. Mesh relay, and that makes building nearby water tiles buildable. Interesting. I don't believe you. Okay. Uh-huh. Right over here. Coastal penalty. Or something. And bandwidth. Pontoon deck. And let's get some local flux. Right over here. Oh yeah. And hail. Right over there. Spread it a bit further into the ocean. Okay. I was kind of curious. Alright. Let me start back over. Yes, everybody. Okay. And behind every one. Okay. I will pair the hot with the cold. And let's get this box going. Right here. And right here. Expand the network a bit. And here's the enemy. So I'll put the turret up top because that's where they're coming from. Just a couple with the decoy mode around the outside. Support network. Buffer boxes behind it. Support buildings. And it's in the mesh now. Ooh. 1 second. It's in the mesh now. It's all good. Yep, here they come. There you go. I'll put a couple boxes behind each of those. Yes. Alright, cool. I'll add the thermal bus up and around here. Okay, I'll add a couple thermal cells, capture some of the heat, and serve as a thermal buffer here and there. Okay, and then we want the, we have a couple ice, things are fine. I'm going to put down just a couple quantum units, like right in the heart of a couple spots. That's really where they belong. That's it for now. Alright, let me add more. Add some defenses down below. Alright. And now I'll add a ice spire buried deep inside. It's getting built. Let me add more, a couple more things here. Let me add more of the bandwidth. And some in-between storage. That should be good. Default speed needs to be 1, buddy. I don't want to get accustomed to 5. Okay, we need some flux very soon. Let's get the flux exporter going. It's nice and hot. Yep, locally next to the thermal hubs is nice. Yep. That'll do it. That'll definitely do it. Put another ice spire right there. And one more ice spire right in the middle. A couple virus dudes next to it. Let's go update everything. Okay, perks. Get that packet transport speed. So right here appears to be ideal. Well, it's because a bunch of the animations turn off is really why. Okay, things are looking great. Let's go add what is needed. Let's get the ice forge. More bandwidth. More basic harvesters. More ice. Good. Very good. Another quantum. Let's go upgrade the hub. Max level. Blackwall projector. Well, that'll help a little bit. Now let's get more of the quantum fabricator going. And more ice forge. And more buffer boxes. Yeah, I want the buffer boxes to act as a fridge. So I'll be going over my notes I have in just a second, and then I'll prioritize. We're just doing the playtest phase right now. Yep, it's all good to go. This is about what we need here. Make sure that the outer rim is all defensive. Okay. More. You need more. Quantum. Maybe. Now I'll fast forward. Okay, let's do a upgrade all. And they're all priority routers. Let's do the overclock and the hardened casing if I could. Now what's my current elevation? Because this should be sinking into the earth over time. My current elevation would be... I mean, it is creating a pit. The pit doesn't really mean as much right now. Besides the ambient temperature really raising up. Let's go check out the temperature. over time. It's hot. Just trying to see what happens. So if I put, I'm trying to think here. If I put, well, we need the thermal bus. Ooh, they're all expiring. Let's upgrade everything. And so if I did this, will that work? Will that work? Crazy. And then more quantum. Leave thermal. I said leave thermal. I said leave thermal. Okay, that works. A couple of these guys over here. And little ice forge going. Bandwidth receiver. And yep. Battery boxes. Back out a bit. Oh yeah. How's it going? Yeah, buddy. Very cool. Okay, let me add that. Add, relation change info. Information depicting how much elevation change has occurred. Allocation over time. Yep. Okay. Going to consider these structures have a preferred operational temperature, and I removed the fact that they were taking damage when it was getting too hot. I removed that. I was losing them too fast. I made it where you could change the elevation based upon if it's hot or cold. If it's colder, it gets higher in elevation. If it's hotter, it gets lower in elevation. And other things to stabilize it. I'm trying to bring it back, these aspects, to make sure that they all work out together, which is why so much of this really is working between being hot and cold. That's what most of this stuff is doing. And sending the information around and sending the heat around and then defending what we got from the enemy. But it's about like the type of enemy and what exactly is happening and the map and the long-term goals and the user interface and how readable everything is and all of that and how well everything works out together. You can see I modified the animation for everything pretty much. I'm trying to fine-tune it so it's not too slow. Or it's not just about being slow, it's about being inconsistently slow with the occasional stutter where it goes and then stops and goes and stops because there's too many overlapping things that then can pop up. This right here is just on average slow because there's so much going on here. Because there's not as many limitations. This is why games give you limitations. You only have 30 of this or 20 of that. It's because of issues. Build over time, very nice. Okay, yeah, that pontoon thing is weird. The whole net hub thing is weird. I have to figure out the map, the distant map connection situation eventually, and why you want to even go to a different map to begin with. And these data nodes we're trying to perfect, but I'm just trying to perfect the basic game here and the mechanics. But so far it's working out. Nice and smoothly up to a point. And nothing feels too weird. I already took a bunch of notes. And I'll be going over those notes in just a second. Okay. Alright, everything's pretty good, pretty good, pretty good. Let me go check out the manual. This whole manual has to change. Controls. Command station prefabs. Yeah, prefabs exist. Let's not forget about the prefabs. Fabricator. Gotta... change the graphics of the icons. Darker background. In theory. And more data. Larger font. Okay. And what else do we got here? This weird resonance dust, we can remove that. Remove that, and then we got alerts. Okay, that's... okay, and everything else is fine. Remove that. And that's fine. That's fine. Okay. All right. All right. All right. Hit the T button. Yep. Okay. Here we have what? The tile. Okay. The... I want it to be larger. Okay, so it says, okay, the title, whatever. Title, oh sorry, tile, yeah. Temperature, the area around it, mean, okay. Radius 5, alright, cool. Average 41 degrees. From 32 to 66, ambient in the area, which is different than the average. It's 32 for that region, which is... frozen. No, it just means that that tile's frozen, but this right here is not frozen. You see? And then sculpt, erode over time, deviation 20 degrees. Because it's a 20-degree difference between the average. See, look, it's like 40 degrees over here, 58 degrees. Alright, and... terraform cost, and remove that. What else? Heat in, sure, it shows where the heat's coming in. Heat out from 2 devices, sure, yeah. Net, this area is heating, why not? Deep probe. Verdict, good tile. Okay, so it's showing based upon the item I have, what it wants. Okay, like this one wants temperate. Verdict is a good tile. And it'll add its own heat to the tile. Okay, that's, for the most part, pretty good there. It just needs to be larger for the most part. Let's go check out these filters here. congestion. Okay. Add an option to turn animations off in the command station. To turn building animations off. And their particle effects. In the view options of the command station. Okay, so what else we got? Okay, the congestion map filter doesn't need to be here. Climate bands. Ugh. The climate bands are overlapping right there. You see that? All right, so node values, we already have that. Oh. The node value move the node value to the view filter option. Okay, thermal's good. Yeah. Readouts. Oh. Okay. Move readouts to the view options. Alright, cool. That's good. That's all good there. Uh-huh. That day thing up there be good. And I'm sure we'll discover more, so now I have to implement all these changes. And I'm about to go over my notes in just a second. Okay, we have all these notes I just wrote, and we'll go over them. And I'll organize them. And prioritize them. In just 10 minutes. Cool. So I'll be right back, okay? Yeah. Look at this jerk over here. He's just such a jerk. Just bang on your molars for a second. Just having a fun old time abusing animals, but he's an animal himself. It's almost racist, you know? That he's above other animals. That's so funny how he chops up. Anyways. Turkey in the straw, in your face. Turkey in the hay, all over the place. Okay, so, I got my file here. And I got a bunch of updates I want to go through here. Turkey in the face, in your head. Turkey over there. Right about now. What time is it? Okay, right about now. No. Sure. Okay, so how have I been? Yeah, I'm okay. I've been working on this stuff recently. I've been tired of the people. People are garbage. Or whatever. You know. My thermal buffer. Thrown in there. Couple boxes at the forefront of operations. All right, now let's go over my stuff here. So, for my update, these are my notes I just took here. I want to bring down the inspection window overlapping the main. Yep, sure. If ice is held in buffer box, it chills it. Yes, that's a priority. Let's work on that one, essentially, first. Okay, flux can only be held in the cell. Yeah, we know that. Yep, day, night, other ventures are visible at the top. Yes, we want that as well, because it's gone right now. Okay. Overlapping main info a little bit when I click on a box. Yes, it is. Okay, virus incubator info needs to have all the functions and settings visible at the top, and so does everything else. In the world, this is a major factor, sort of a minor update, big update. This is for the, right here, over all the features, go over all. Make sure that all settings and features are visible in the inspection window without having to expand. Okay. Lower the inspection window. Okay, make where the building will still operate based upon the preferred temperature. Lower the raised temperature of the surrounding tiles based upon the individual tile, individual ideal temperature with the rate based upon the difference between the current temperature and the ambient temperature. The buildings should always work and steadily work their tile and surround tiles based through proximity over time. Should always be operational regardless of temp, and should steadily work their tile to raise or lower the temp and surrounding tile through proximity over time. Okay, so things that run colder should require. Okay, so are you still here with me? Are you still here with me? And I'll tell you about certain things. You people. If you're still here with me, I'll tell you something. I'll give you 10 seconds, though. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, back to what I was doing. Okay, things that run colder should require flux to operate, yes. Have resources traveling through a thermal bus compress, yes. So give the thermal bus and all relays a small holding area, yes. So right here, give the thermal bus and all relays a small holding area, a buffer to use for compression, to compress in groups of 10, fine-tune the compression overall in groups of 10 up to, okay, allow for, this is a big update right there, right here. And I saw the chat moves, and there you are. Okay. You know, it's a test. Whenever the chat is quiet for a bit and I ask for hi-ho-hum and people do reply with hi-ho-hum, I resent them for it. Because that means that they weren't saying anything up until then. And I trapped you. Caught you. Anyways. Yeah. I'm going through my updates and you'll figure it out in context. Act like this is a Christopher Nolan movie and you'll figure out what I'm talking about in context. Okay? This is the Nolan experience. Okay, things that run colder should require flux to operate, have resources traveling through a thermal bus compress. Yes. Make it where a building will still operate based upon preferred temperature. Thermal bus, no, yep, a small holding area used for compression. Okay, let me get rid of this right here. The modules need to be clarified eventually. Overclocking can set the ideal running state for an object to be much lower. Should, let's say should set the ideal running state for an object to be much lower, forcing it to then use more flux to maintain. Yes. Yes, and overclocking should make everything colder, but should require a constant source of flux to maintain. So a region that is not overclocked. Overclocking should make the structures operate faster. And when a cell is set to vent, it should make the region hotter. Even if overclocked, and should make the area hotter faster, while still attempting to run at a lower operational temperature. So it will be consuming more flux to be able to make the area hotter, while at the same time attempt to make itself colder. But the spread of heat in the area, vent ability, should be faster than what its single tile can spread through the basic preferred temperature matching through the overclock. So it's going to be consuming more to maintain its current state in equilibrium. Okay, that's a big update. Okay, and then this is sort of with that, but this compression thing is separate right here. This is a compression thing where I'm just making sure that every relay node and thermal relays and buffer boxes. I want to make sure that all these devices, all of them, compress on input in sets of 10, and that they have a holding area, and that is also working toward this end. Okay, and then, all right here, buildings will always operate based upon its preferred temperature. It'll lower or raise the temperature of its own tile until the tile reaches the ideal temperature. Yeah. So basically, right now, to explain this right here for you and me to understand, right here, buildings have operational temperature. Okay, it says right here prefers between 30 degrees and 72 degrees, and then it operates at a higher rate. Okay, and but if things are too hot or too cold, they don't work or they work slower or whatever. And I want to make sure it's known that the thing will still work, but it's going to work at a different rate and that it's expending a bunch of its time to adjust its own temperature to the ideal rate. And if it happens to be hot, it has to consume more latent flux within the system. Okay, so to explain, um, everything produces heat, especially in clusters. I'm trying to make it more clear, but you see, this thing right alone is producing 1.54 degrees per second, and it spreads throughout the area. And there's a running temperature, and there's ambient temperature of the tile itself. Yep, ambient temperature of the tile, and then we adjust that. And of course, the hotter things get, the lower. Well, not of course. I've explained it earlier, and you just said it. But the hotter things get, it slowly starts to erode the terrain and sinks it lower and lower and lower. And then the lower you get, the hotter it gets. So it's like a little cycle. Okay. And the same thing in reverse. The colder things are, the higher the elevation becomes, and vice versa. But things are working to maintain a certain ideal operational temperature, and they are spending flux in the system. Flux is being generated here and there casually as runoff, but beyond that, it's just latent heat that builds up. It exists as actual heat and not as a unit of heat. Okay? So to turn it into a unit of heat, we have to use the thermal cell, you see, and this right here is just going to be turning the latent heat, trapping it, lowering the local temperature. You see right here it says too cold, hot class. Too cold, blah blah blah, runs hot. I don't really want it to say too cold, hot class. It has to sort of change this whole thing where there's a general running temperature for certain things. Certain things prefer hot, certain things prefer cold. And I'm trying to add this overclocking feature that already exists. We're trying to fine tune it so that it makes everything colder as opposed to hotter. Because that's what you gotta do in life. It's sort of weird how it works in the world of overclocking. When you overclock something, it makes it hotter because it's running faster. Okay? Friction and so forth and resistance, and it just gets hotter. So, oh my gosh, it's running so fast, it's overheating. You have to watch the temperature, so you have to have a better cooling system in your computer. I'm telling you about overclocking in computer terms. So you have to have a better cooling system, like with liquid cooling or some other submersion system, to really crank up the overclock, which makes it run faster, which makes it generate more heat. So you have to remove the heat faster. Okay? But a telltale sign of an overclocked system is the fact that it's running colder. You know? So if you're a casual Sherlock Holmes dude walking into someone's house and you see an ice cold computer system, you could assume that they are overclocking it and that it's running hotter, even though it's sort of, contradictory. This thing's running hotter. How can you tell? Because it's colder. You know what I mean? So I want to implement that system here, and that's what this paragraph means to explain. So overclocking. Where are we? Yep. Make it where a building will still operate based upon this preferred temperature, but will lower or raise the temperature of the tile until its own tile. This is already happening right now. It's just not entirely clear. And I just confirmed it right now. With the rate based upon the difference between yep, this is already happening. Buildings will always be operated. This is already happening. Should study. Yep, this is already happening. Good. So the thermal. This is a extra buffer bus of compression amongst every unit in the network, right there. Okay, and then Overclocking should set the ideal running state for an object. So the way that I'm working overclocking, right? My solution is that if an object is set to overclock, it is now convinced that its ideal running state is much colder than what its default is. So by default, for example, this bandwidth receiver, it wants to be temperate between 14 degrees and 54 degrees. Too cold, it'll say too cold. Too hot, it'll say too hot. And then it's going to try to find its way into its little cozy spot. You see, the green area is all temperate, pretty much. The brown stuff is lower temperature, so it's hotter, and the white stuff is higher temperature. So anywhere within the green or kind of brownish is fine. But if I put it into the cold, it'll say too cold. But if I turn on overclock, it shouldn't say too cold. It should say just right. It'll say too hot, is what I want it to say. It'll say too hot, cooling down, and then it'll activate the overclocking cooling feature, which then will cool itself and surrounding areas. So overclocking should be another route to cool the system down. However, if you're still paying attention, people, so quiet and gone as you are. Tell you what. To do this, I need excess flux in the system to move around. I need excess flux to move around the system, which is generated by harvesting excess heat and then trapping it and then transforming it efficiently into flux. I have a couple structures that do that. Okay, the thermal bus, if I put it near a circuit, it'll automatically strip a resource node of some of its heat and turn it into flux to then be sent to a thermal cell to serve as a thermal buffer. But the thermal cell also drains heat from a system. Okay. I have it where the buffer box does not store the thermal flux. It stores everything else. Oh, the heck? Why does that look so cool? Why are you so cool? Why are you so cool? Weird. Bandwidth Weaver? That was a weird one. Why is it like all weird and crazy? It's like a weird 3D effect in the front of it. But anyways, yeah, all that I just said. So I'm trying to go through my list of stuff here. Okay. Overclocking should blah blah blah. Clarify the buffer box. Listing in grid ops. Yeah, remove the buffer box listing in the grid ops and this is all advanced updates I have to clarify in the future to fine-tune the modules. That has a lot more work there. I want to work on that heat issue a little bit and then change the design of the turret. Remove priority controls from ops. Sure, I'll move this right over here. Right there. Collapse area at the bottom of ops. This is all ops. This is all ops. We have a different area for the description. Update the perks. This is perks. Perks. Add a perk to increase the generation of bandwidth and flux from the relays. Remove the fire rate perk. Change the subtext of the weapon overcharge perk to make this raw damage. And then the command station again. Okay, from the command station. Remove sync. Yep, sync and tanks and sites. Sure. And from the raw info module, Therm Live. This is the raw info module. Yeah, this is a different mouse over raw info, raw temp info. Yep, yep. Priority gateway link. That's kind of weird, right? Yeah, this is all mouse over info. See if I just slap it over here and look at it really quick. It should say some stuff I don't want to see sometimes. But this is fine. The heat profile, terrain, that's all good. On grid via gate bandwidth, relay 1. Deposit, blah, pulled 3. Buffer 6. You shouldn't even have a buffer, really. Okay, and we have ready to continue. I want to see what's inside the inspector, including the weaver, buffer boxes, turrets, hubs, and relays. A mild display showing an array of slots. Yep, it needs to be listed numerically with the flim flam. So this right here needs to go over here. Right here, this right here. This is the hubs for all. We are all, or hubs and buffers for all. Okay, and then where are we? Okay. Change the design of the turret. Sure, that's going to happen. The design of overclocking to depict both really hot and really cold. Sure. Right over here, that's under overclocking land. Sure. Yep. Yep. Right back down below at the bottom. All right. Getting the stuff together. And perks, command station, mouse over info, turret, the black hole. It's kind of a weird thing. Decay rate of the data shard formation. Yeah. Remove the orange meter. This is a sort of a priority easy fix. You know, some things are just a small little change that changes everything. You know, it's a major change that I know it's really easy to do. That's going to change gameplay fundamentally. So that's what we gotta really work with. Because whenever I play in that new state, you get new ideas. Save this stuff for long term. Let's see there, and then the turret design. Yep, I'll put that at the bottom. This black hole thing. Uh-huh. Mouse over info, mini searches, auras, large circles. That's another graphical effect. Elevation temperature shift should be obvious with a random pulse ring, but not constant rings. I'll do this effect right after the overclock update. Because it's right after a temperature situation, you know? Info, more upgrades for hub. Oh boy. That's kind of easy. Just, you know, linear upgrades. Expires too soon. It'll give me, you know, a bunch of upgrades spread out evenly to a certain point is what it's going to do. Okay. All right, that's all good there. And remove the resonance dust resource. I can put that up top. That's pretty easy to do. Okay, clarify the modules. Oh my gosh. Add option to turn the building animations off and then view options. Yeah. Command station. Yeah, that's pretty important. And this is other view filters. View filters. This is the readout. Command station. This is prod. We don't want prod. This is all command station business. Okay, the congestion. This is the map filter. All right. Okay, and then wrong ground. Remove all that garbage. This is the tooltip. This is going to be the mouse over tooltip. Right there. Elevation change, info, and buildings info. Okay, it's already sort of there. Tutorial is a whole different ball of beans. We want that at the very end when everything is all done, you know, because we keep changing things and we have to keep updating the tutorial. Okay, that's all good. Press T button, read out temperature data. Make it larger, sure. Larger font for the temp data readout, sure. Sure. Right over here, bam. And then more info on mouse over in general. In general. For all mouse overs. Everywhere. Okay, sure. Info. This is all together. Remove the flim flam cost from the readout. Sure. The TF cost from the yeah. That'll be the terraform cost is what that would mean. Okay. And then we have add option to turn building animations off in the view area. Yes. 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 In the Blackwall tutorial, turret design, clarify the modules. We have to, that's a brainstorming session. And map filters. Okay, so what do we have initially? What time is it? It's time, everybody. It's 3:27 post-meridian. And we can work with our updates. If ice is held in a buffer box. Okay. I want it to lower that tile's temperature. Yes. Anyway. Update 1. Bada bada boo boo. And then be mindful of my session time. If ice credits are held in a buffer box, yes. Uh-huh. So a player can strategically place boxes around with ice inside as an additional method to cool an area. And then we go, a-boom. Oh. Let's see how long that takes. Right now it's 3:28. And my next update right now is going to be, I'll go ahead and remove this one. Do the day-night info and other factors visible at the top. I'll get it ready. Be mindful of overlapping existing info. Be mindful of my session time. There's a clear spot where info can be added. And I'll be nice, and I'll go ahead and give it a screenshot. Okay, and we're waiting for that previous update to finish. It's adding a whole graphical effect, around the box is what it says here. Because it's Opus 5, doing its 5e sort of thing. Okay, and then the next update after that, next one, you have the day-night information, more upgrades for the hub. Wait a minute, hold on. More generic linear upgrades for hub. Yep, that's it. That's all we need. And then I want to increase the decay rate of the data shards in the field when in the absence of activity. You are just trying hard over here, aren't you? Adding a cryo radiator to the buffer. Do what you gotta do. Make it make sense. You are a good developer. But it has to have a cryo radiator. Then I have to update all tooltips. Yeah, I know I don't have to tell you these things. See, it's sort of doing a bunch of extra stuff, which is great. Great stuff. And that's why sometimes if you really express, please, I'm almost out of session time, and I'm at 97.8% session time. Please be economical and reasonable with your update. Perform exactly the following within this scope, and don't touch anything else unless you absolutely need to. And get it done quickly. I just need this one final thing before I have to go turn this in very soon. And then it'll do it really fast and be perfect and done. It's awesome. However, you leave it kind of open, loosey-goosey. You have to kind of trust it a little bit. Now this thing is having an issue. It's not having an issue. Adding the icebox system, wire the tick and inspect the flim-flam. Add the cold aura renderer, find the draw flim-flam. Wire the renderer and find the buffer panel section. Read the thing, add the thing, running the thing. It's done over here, presenting the file, and it's done. Okay, so now I'm going to act like it works, and I'll initiate the next update. Please be mindful of my session time. Your last update took too long. I just need this one thing done. It helps if you kind of moan like that. Done. Here's what you wanted. Like 2 seconds. No, not that fast. Okay, so now we're getting the next update ready. Okay, the next update is going to be about adding just more generic linear updates to the hub because it expires too soon. Please, oh please, be mindful of my sweet session time running dangerously low. Lies! You're doing a great job verifying things and checking to make sure that stuff isn't overlapped. You're so smart. A stupid system would just slap it up there and have it be completely overlapping with the wrong font size and maybe even be completely off the map. You know? It's up there, but it's like completely off the map beyond. Oh, I'm sorry, my bad. I see what I did there. I drew the new menu outside the map. Earlier, we made the map smaller, and we didn't adjust it after that point. I see what I did. Come on. This one can run the code and look at it. Look, it's really weird. Test the top info cluster. It's running it. It's running the program right now on the side. and then it reads the output. And right now in the background, it's running the game to test it, which is fine. I'm okay with that. Uh, you don't need to internally test this. You son of a pig. Whatever happened to predictability? Yeah, and then the next update will be increase the visible decay rate of data shards in the field when in the absence of activity. Remove the orange meter from around the shards. This should save on performance as fewer shards should be visible over time. Yeah. All right. Cool. And then here we go. Real quick change. That last one, just to see how it looks because we don't know how it looks yet. On this one, the one before that, see, there it is. See, it's fine. That's what I wanted. Cool. We got some stuff over here. Got some stuff over here. Now I'm going to slide it to the left a bit. Slide all of that to the left. It's overlapping the jackbot information. What is that? The cycle trace 22 degrees. I don't want that. Remove the extra info next to the day-night info. Remove the cycle, the left, cycle, left, trace, and I can't even see what that says. I can't even see what that says. Therm? I don't know. Yeah. All the cycle, trace. Ugh. Duplicate. Have it removed for now, but keep the main day cycle. Slide it to the left a little bit. Also, quickly add more generic flim flams. Shibbity boobity boobity. And where are we right now with my units? 18%. Good. Good. And go. Okay, that's going to happen. That's 2-in-1 combination. Yep. More generic upgrades. And then next would be the visible decay of the data shards over time. Increase the visible decay rate of data shards in the field when in the absence of activity. Remove the orange meter from around the shards. They should save on performance as fewer shards should be visible over time. Be mindful of session time. And do this quickly with limited internal testing. Sucker. Limited. Optimized. Non-excessive. I don't want you just to give me anything. Punk. Ah. Shabam. That was pretty fast, see? Move the extra info next to the day-night info. Let's go check it out. And we wanted the extra upgrades. The shape of Let's see what it says. Yep, that's about right. That's about right. That's about right. And you are my shining star. Okay, you go on out of 14. Sure, why not? Whatever. Okay, that's fine. Increase the visible decay. Sure. Be mindful of my session time. Do this quickly with limited optimized, non-excessive internal testing. Go. Next. Remove the resonance dust resource. Sure. Lower the inspection window. Ooh, this one is something else. We're entering territory. Right around here somewhere. Okay, so now these are pretty easy. I'm doing all the easy ones first. Increase the visible decay rate, sure, and then give the thermal bus in all relays. Improve. Already exists. Improve this feature. Okay, give the thermal bus in all relays a small holding area and buffer boxes. Thermal bus relays. Thermal bus relays. Buffer boxes. And I'm sure other stuff too. A buffer. To use for compression. To compress in groups of 10. Fine-tune the compression across the board with the simple method of compressing the compressed in sets of 10. So if Tier 1 compressed material enters a building for compression, it should compress after collecting 10 to make a Tier 2, which should now be worth 100 base resource, stack up to Tier 3, allow for unpacking and packing at each relay and thermal bus. For any container, I want to see what's inside when I click on its inspector. Hold on. Yes. For any container. Yes. Including the waiver buffer boxes, turrets. Yes. Yes. Now display showing the array of slots. That's slightly different, you know. The cargo hold magazine tank needs to be visible, listed numerically. Yes. All right, so that is an update. It's a hardy one. I'll let it go ahead and test on that one. Look, right on time. Isn't that crazy? Okay, so visible decay rate, blah, blah, blah. Orange meter gone. Full trigonomic arc per worn deposit every frame. Fast decay appeared. Yep, information survived without it being visible, so it didn't need the bar. obviously. A spent vein visibly shrinks and dims, obviously. Which reads faster than a meter anyways, obviously. I didn't like the meter. So you had like these crystals and they're growing and shrinking and whatever, and then there's an extra orange bar that showed how long it had left, but it's redundant and it was creating an extra performance issue with it having to draw the bar every time. So I got rid of the bar. And increased the rate at which they disappear over time. So let's just play for a second. In an area where there is no activity, they should fade. But all of this is activity, so they're growing. I'm going to fast forward until the enemies come. And then it'll be kind of obvious to see how long things last. I shouldn't have to. Okay. I want the decay. I'm watching the decay rate here to see how fast it fades away. It is fading. What is this? It's my game I made. This is my game I'm making right now. And we're trying to fine-tune it. Alright, anyways, let's go do another run here. We're about to see how fast the crystal shards evaporate. Right here, and get the little buffer box going. Right over there. They cost a certain amount, you know. They do. Can't really put out 3 like that when the game first starts. That's not good. Yeah, no. Got the build queue. I'll give it some room. Some more mesh action. It's going to play it for a second until things happen. Right there, decoy. Put my network around the outside here. All good. Get some heat extraction. Some heat conversion in just a second. The flux exporter. And the more these are done. Okay, let's get my ice going. a bit of ice. And a few more boxes. And more basic. And a couple flux over here, or ice over here, and the flux over here. And the bandwidth. And more basic. And the heat. The hub to extract the heat from the system a bit more efficiently. You know. And the quantum fabricator. It'll help regulate an area. And I'll put some boxes over here. I'll add the virus incubator. And get more bandwidth going. A whole lot more of this. And a few more ice forges. Okay, let's go upgrade the hub. Let's go upgrade all. All right. Let's go check it out. Okay. Let's go see how fast it goes now. I want it to decay, so it was 105, now it's 61. Let's see how long it is. That decay rate. Okay. Now for a bit of the bandwidth next to these next to the relays, I'll put the occasional weaver to expand the capacity of the bandwidth. Okay. And I'm going to put a tiny thermal cell in the middle of every node to help capture some heat. Okay, and now I'm going to add the flux exporter to help turn that captured flux into sendable flux here and there from the system. Okay, and now for the ice forge, it's going to be creating more ice, which will also cool down the system here and there. It helps to move resources around as well to have this stuff here and there. And now I'm going to expand my network a little bit here. Make it be like a second lane of traffic. For two-way traffic. Nice and thick in some areas. Okay. Okay, I'm going to add some storage boxes. Alright, we're checking out the decay rate. Let's increase the speed. Increase the decay rate more. I want it to be relatively fast without constant activity. Okay, that'll work. I'm sure of it. And then next is this big update, sort of, to make sure that everything is sort of acting as a buffer box a little bit, a tiny bit, and that there's some compression going on. Some compression of the data going on before being sent forward. The big update is going to be this overclock situation with the heat. I just want to make sure we're good to go. Alright, I trust it. And that now, here we go. We want this. Give the thermal buff, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Let's go check out my current session time. 26%. So we'll give, if it already exists, improve this feature. The thermal bus relays buffer boxes a small holding area, a buffer to use as compression to compress in groups of 10. Fine-tune the compression across the board with the simple method of compressing the compressed in sets of 10. So if a tier 1 compressed material enters the building for compression, it should compress after collecting 10 to make it a tier 2, which should now be worth 100 base resource. Stack up to tier 3. Allow for unpacking and packing each relay and thermal bus. For any container, I want to see what's inside when... See, tier 3 would be kind of rough. That's 1,000. For it to unpack 1,000, that might be kind of rough. I don't know. It's fine. For any container, I want to see what's inside. Yep, see what's inside, including the weaver, buffer box, turret, everything. I want to see what's inside. Yes, yes, yes. And... be mindful of my session time. Go. I'll be right back. Okay. Whatever really happened to it, you know? The predictable nature of life. So the last update went well, I think. It says uh, everything uses the building compression system now, and for compression, relays thermal buses, buffer boxes, get a compression hold separate from their working store, 10 units, tier 1, 10, tier 1 to tier 2, 10, and so forth and so on. Tier 3 is exactly 1,000 base units. One constant, compress.per, governs the whole ladder. Pack and unpack are available on every one of those buildings, plus an option in auto compress toggle per building that runs on a slow accumulator. I kept bricks in their own object rather than in. Oh, the new one's done as well. New one's done as well. So we have two back to back. We have the thermal, uh, two big updates. The compression update. So now many of the buildings now compress matter as it passes through. Okay, and contain an extra little container that should be visible. And now overclocking works a bit differently, where everything gets colder. Okay, so this is what it says. It says. Uh, what are we doing here? Vent behavior, blah, blah, blah. Cold cost flux. Any device with a cold run profile burns flux in proportion to how far below ambient it's holding itself. Starved, it doesn't break. It stops pooling and drifts back to ambient. Soft visible failure rather than a dead building. Flux comes from the building's own stock first. Then the bank. So a well-piped cold farm runs on its own supply. Overclock is now a cryogenic state. Let me get my notepad out. Have agent create a simulation run to observe and different templates. Curious about how it plays the game. Because it can totally do that. Play the game up to level 10 and create a save file. You know what I mean? Give me the save file. What? Because you could do that. Because it's playing the game, it's simulating it, and it's doing things, it's putting down objects and so forth. So I want to know if it knows the most efficient mathematical layout to put the nodes for whatever. Because that's a future task. Anyways. Overclocking is now cryogenic. The vent fights itself. A venting cell holds its cold target and pays, yes. Well, that is the whole point. Pays a 90% flux surcharge to do it. Yep, it holds its cold target. It does a thing, while its blast gets wider and harder, beating what any single tile can equalize through ordinary temperature matching. Venting under overclock is the most expensive action in the game. Oh my gosh. And the fastest way to warm a sector. That's the whole goal, you know? Cool stuff. Running point for the forge, 58 degrees, 84 degrees. Flux per second. Had to register cryo as a booked ledger category. All right, so let's go test this right now while we do something else in the background. And let's see, usage is at 41%. That was a big update. That was a cryo update and the hub update. Oh my gosh. Remove the Resonance. Dust resource. And the concept of asteroids from the game. And I'll be over here testing things right now. We'll do a playthrough and we'll see how it feels. So now there should be a bunch of stuff just happened, okay? There should be a faster decay of the crystalline particles in the background. A bunch of structures act as storage and compress. So it should be cleaner overall because there should be fewer less data should be traveling through the circuit at any given time because it should be compressing in different modules, you know, which will create choke points, but we'll see what happens. We overrode the overclocking feature and the compression feature. Decay rate was modified for a bit, added the day-night cycle to the very top of the screen, and what else? I made it where if ice credits are held instead of a buffer box, it creates a chilling effect. And we moved the command station module so it wasn't overlapping. Yeah. And I think that's it. That's what we did so far. Yep. Now let's go test what we have. So multiple route in is the most efficient, okay? And then having a box in front of that and behind it on both ends is pretty good. Now that compression happens with everything and not just with compression units, this is a pretty efficient system, I think, to do from now on with the buffer boxes next to everything. Whenever it's time. Whenever we expand to that, it's expensive, you know? So, for example, let's just expand out to where I need to be right about up to here. And then right about here. And then here. Right about here. And then one second. So starting from the hub, I really want to first get some free money. But over here we have a buffer box. And then a gap, okay? And then maybe a gap, and then a buffer box. And then a relay. No? So the relay is right about here. What about that across? And then we'll do a deep plunge. I'll make a nice little grid over here. Okay, so now I'll get the buffer box. Nice and calm. Nice and calm. Now I can put my little probe out here into the middle of the field. Let's put down a thermal hub right in the middle. It'll strip the heat. Let's make sure it really operates to strip the heat as well, to magnify that effect. They cost 20. Building some at a time, and I have no defense. Okay, right over here. The more that are touching each other in a group and in a rectangle, it's worth a bit more. That's how I have it. And then we can have those boxes. And then in between, need to go a few like that. Here, I'm going to put down the thermal cell in front of each heat node. And that'll work out. Okay, let's go back down to ops and upgrade everything. Overclock. I want to change the overclock graphic. Make it real obvious. Alright, things are working out here. This right here needs a bit more bandwidth. Right here on the sides. We can kind of wrap it around so it's all touching. I mean, it's worth more if they're touching. And now let's try to overclock again if I could. Yeah. So now, in theory, if I look at you, and I click on you, it's overclocked, yeah. If I look at you, your new temperature, optimal prefers 30, prefers warm, prefers 30. It's going to bring it down. And if I take off the overclock, then my okay. Change the graphic of the overclock. Remove the spinning yellow circle. Mindful. Needs to indicate temp shift. The building overclocked needs to display the new lower target temperature based on the overclock. It should be obvious and should drop. I just checked. And the target temp stayed the same. When I toggled overclock. Pow. Alright, my last update removed the resonance resource and the asteroids. Let's go ahead and play that one just in case. Just in case. Okay. And I want some boxes. So now these things have to work overtime just to fill up the boxes. But once they're filled, it'll make the network really respond fast to anything that is needed. Okay, so now we want some thermal cells in the armpits, maybe, or maybe every other one like this. Roughly. And a thermal bus here and there. We should do one final strip of heat before things get dumped inside. That's pretty good, pretty good. And thermal bus right here on the sides, pretty good. Right here on the sides, pretty good. Pretty strong. And now the enemies are coming. Oh. I gotta wait. These thermal buses take a bit longer. Oh, I see why. I see why. I don't have any bandwidth right now. So let's get some nice bandwidth going. That'll work. I mean, I do have bandwidth. It's right there. Yep. And then the bad guys are going to be coming. Right here. There, and then we have a virus. And an ice spire. Combination. And then a Blackwall flim flam to stabilize the whole batch. And then some boxes. And some casual flim. And some heat. And some cold. Some flux treatment. And some ice forging. For now, I'll have them coat around the routers to equalize the thermal difference. Well, not routers, they're bandwidth weavers. My signal went down for a second, but we're good. Okay, that's good. Let's go check out the main building here. So far, so good. With it's all smooth and understandable, you know. It's all good. Now you. Two shards and one bandwidth. Makes sense to me. It'll all work with each other. Uh-huh. Yep, it all works out. Nice. Uh-huh. And I'll just throw a couple turrets. Whatever, dude. I'm not afraid of you. Right there, that's all good. And now I'll add my scab on the outside of all that. Let's go add a scab on the outside. A little scabberoonie. This defensive wall thing. Okay. I could have it where damage is shared between these guys. I'm trying to increase effects by having things connected to each other. There you go. A little bit here and there, no big deal. These shards ready. Upgrade. And overclock. Cool. So now we have all this empty space in the middle, and I can add my quantum fabricator. Oh yeah. That's the one that requires everything else. Now I'll add a bunch of random flux exporters. Other quantum fabricators. All right. So now I want to add the Blackwall projector. Yep. And then more of the virus incubators here and there. And then the spires next to the other next to the viruses to counteract the temperature. Let's fast forward. We're waiting on ice. Okay, let's get more of everything. Waiting. Okay, so we have to put a few more things out here on the surface to make it all work out. The occasional bandwidth. See, certain things don't go into the build queue. We just need this immediate bandwidth, I guess. Even though I have a whole lot. Okay. And then more ice to fill the gaps. It's really about the ice. Yep. Right there. Everything. Quantum fabricators. Beautiful. And the ice forges are coming along. Yep, any second now. I'll add more buffer boxes out here so that things can move around. It's sort of a big deal. We have this new system where everything's getting compressed. Add more boxes all throughout as well. Make sure that they're updating. It's a bunch of boxes, and having a box will drag resources around everywhere. We sort of have to let things settle for a second to let resources move around, I think. The network has it, buddy. Alright, cool. It'll work out. Any second now. Let's cancel this right here. We need more band. Let's get more band. And should be pretty easy. Should be pretty easy. Like that. Add more band. And more data siphons. Fill in the gaps with the thermal. Okay. And upgrade everything. Alright. Cool. And make it go faster. Increase my defense. Upgrade. And then beat the game. Gotta change out that. Alright, well that all works. Yep. I think the decay could be a bit faster. Yeah. Alright, so where are we? That was a nice little test we just did there. Yep. That's all done. That's all done. Cyan geometry, downward chevron stack. Sure. Sure. Just make sure really quick. Okay. Even more. Pow. Silly Billy. And now what is next for our update? Okay, no more resonant dust and many structures of auras, large circuit fields. Uh, okay. This is a vague enough thing to make it do something nice and creative that should be better. Should be obvious. Mind the performance and my session time. Okay. This is trust, that's good. Session time, good. And over here, many structures are doing something, and we want that aura thing to happen and go. It's just a casual thing. It'll happen. Boom. My current session time is currently 58%. Oh yeah, right on track to Freedom Land. Yes. What else we got? Clarify the buffer box listing and the grid ops. So this is a more complicated, weird stuff here. More detail for the mass modules. You gotta remove the modules. Clarify the modules. Make all the modules stackable in the ops area. That's all ops. Are we doing ops yet? Not right now. Perks, maybe command station, maybe mouse over info. That's a little bit more important. And the info present for each a dude needs to be better. Yeah. So that's the next big update. Okay, mouse over. For the raw info module, remove therm live. Rack and scan. Rack and scan. Priority gateway and leak. Yeah, remove all that stuff. From the raw info module. I don't trust you. Okay, pressing T button brings up temperature down. Will needs to be larger with larger font. More info on mouse over in general for all mouse overs. Yeah, for all mouse overs across the board. Make sure information is accurate for all tools and features. We've gone through changes. And old info is spread about. Oh no. I didn't really want to press the enter button there. But now it's too late. Lower the inspection window. Go over all building features and make sure that all settings features are visible in the inspection window without having to expand. Well, that should be enough for it to do what it has to do. Oh man. That's a whole lot of garbage we just gave it just now. Then we have, I want to remove the congestion map filter, the climate bands map filter, the, move the node value option, from the map filter to the view filter option, and then move readouts to the view options. Yeah, to view as well. Move the node value and readouts to the command station's view filter list. Buddy. Yeah. Refine the black hole, sure. Tutorial larger, or whatever. And at the very end, weirdness right there. Right there. And the turret, of course. Dang it. Turret design. Command station. Remove the remove the congestion map filter, the climate bands map filter, and then move the node value map filter and the readouts map filter to the command station's view filter list. Sure. Yep, that's about right. Mm-hmm. Annie, are you okay? Update the perks. Sure. Collapsed area. That's kind of a thing that's pretty easy and generic toward the end. Yeah. Yep. And collapsed area at the bottom of the ops shows every building type. Ops is different, you know. Ops. This is a special thing. This is a special, confusing, horrible thing. The next thing we gotta tackle. Right now we're tackling. Right now I'm trying to tackle all these ugly tool tips that have just so much information nested. You know, just so much information thrown in our faces. I've been trying to fine tune it, and that's what we're doing right now. So let's just see what happens. So right now we're adjusting the thermal data tooltip and then other mouse over tooltips. And I said across the board, which is kind of vague. And a good system really would go across the board. I said that there's some information that isn't accurate, that we've been through a bunch of updates. Just imagine that you had a job. Imagine that, you know? Shut up, scum of the earth. Just imagine you had a job, okay, and then your boss told you some instructions, and you kind of have to fill in the gaps a bit, or there's some implications here and there. You know what I mean? Okay, we'll see how that runs in just a bit. Okay. Any moment now, we'll test out this next section. I just tested it a second ago, forever, if you're just now showing up. We are now 3 hours and 45 minutes into the stream. Okay. Goodness. I just finished a big testing session, and I just, you know, so now we're working with this to then do the next testing session. Yikes. Sorry to have you break your silence to complain about something. Okay, so I'm just trying to prepare the next update while the current update runs, depending on how long this one takes. It's taking a second longer because I'm asking for a bit more in that phase. So now the next update is going to work with the buffer box listing and the grid ops. We have to see how this one functions before we move on from it a little bit. So let me go inside. Let me go inside the universe. Okay, first of all, it only shows me what I have built. That's good. If I put you down, there you are. There they are. Equalize maximum. Jackpot. And there should be compression. There it is. Compression hold. Yeah. So the next update's going to work with this right here. So let's get it ready. For the primary inspector, we need to fine tune. All selectable features and options are accessible per item building. You know what I mean? And we need to see the hold magazine. From the shortlisting. One second. Piece of garbage. Good. It's showing me what I need. You see, it's showing me the current temperature, the ambient temperature, whether or not the tile is live or not. Yeah, hot or cold. Average is cold, sure. Heat in from sources, heat out on everything. Right. That's if I try to place something. It show me the ideal spot. You got this heat hole, temperature overhead. The overclock. It's working faster. Okay. Overclock status. Current running temp. The ideal temp. The resources consumed. All right. Guess you can't overclock those. Makes sense. Or those. But I can overclock these. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. We'll find out soon enough. We'll find out soon enough what will be available. Let me go check out my other notes here. Gotta clarify the buffer box listing and the grid ops. We're doing some grid ops business pretty soon. Like this right here. It shows everything down below. It starts to get overwhelming. The priority doesn't need to be there as much. That's a whole different concept. And these are module upgrades for certain things, but not everything. It's not entirely clear. I like to press this button over yonder and then to upgrade all the routers like that. That's pretty easy. But then other things are kind of weird, and like maybe overclock everything I can if I could. If it is set for everything. In this case it is. All those guys right now are clearly overclocking and doing overclocky stuff. And they should require more flux or something. In theory. You know? And so forth and so on. Let's go check this out. It's still going. It's still going, baby. It's because I'm asking for quite a bit. I'm trying to see every single building, to modify every single building, and then make sure that every single building is updated. It's quite a bit, you know? Per every single building. If I just said make sure that the data siphon is flim-flam, it's pretty fast. Like, for example, pretty soon I'm going to be asking for specific updates that are really fast. If I say change the design of the turret to make it whatever, you know, then it'll do it relatively quickly. But if I say change every single offensive building to have a glowing radius whenever it's shooting, then, you know, it's crazy. Test flaw, not a code flaw. Shoobity boobity. What are you doing? You messing up, buddy? Are you messing up? Reading the corrected test results. All your testing. I don't know about you, Mr. Opus. You're still inconsistent, like my audience. you might say. Like my audience, so inconsistent. Mm-hmm. You are just going to town. Don't know if I trust you at this point. And you're fine. You're fine. Let's go back into it, and I'll keep digging through and we'll look for other issues and other ideas. Yep. Ah, if I dump the hub and then make sure it's set, that'll work. Okay. Let's get some bandwidth weavers online, if that even matters. Yeah, things are happening. All right, that's fine. That's good. That's all good. That's all good. Okay. Nice. Smooth. Now the controls here should be a bit smoother. Overclocking. I mean, the goal should be to overclock everything. So the graphic for that should be cool. Alright, let's go check it out. Are you still going? Nope, you're done. Cool. So now you're done. Last update was a bunch of stuff. It thought about it and it did it. All right. Okay, let's go check out the primary inspector. Should be exciting. Okay. 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 All right. So it's a bit better. A bit better. A bit better. Okay, so move on. Moving on. And let's go work on the operations. Operations. Let's do some fast stuff, maybe. Let's, from the top of the command station, remove a bunch of stuff. Add an option to turn building and animations off. Map filters. That's sort of a lot. The animation off thing is kind of a lot. But we're doing it. Next update. We're doing it. We're at 74%. We're doing it. Okay, let's see how long that takes. Okay, that's happening. You're gone. And then we got the perks, the turret design from Flam Jones, and we're still trying to fine tune the readout on these things here. The modules. Clarify the modules. Oh. Yep. Clarify the buffer block listing grid ops. Yep, sure. Remove the buffer box. Options from the top of grid ops. Remove priority controls from ops. More details for mass modules. Remove modules. Remove. Turn off. Off modules. From this menu. Across the board. Per type. Should list all the subtypes of buildings and how many of each are active. I don't know. It'll figure it out. Yep. All the modules simultaneously. Revise the modules to make them make more sense and all that garbage. You know what to do. Yeah. All of that. That's your update. And then be mindful of my session time. We're just trying to move it forward a bit, keep moving it forward, keep shifting the clay and looking at it again and then shifting it a bit more, letting it out to dry and looking at it again. I think it's compressed to what we need over time. Index is safely wrapping. Testing now. Now routing the animation toggle into the actual render passes. It's doing what I wanted. Falling even more stand here until you make me move. Hurry up. Yeah, good old world, baby. Alright. Any second now. You and your testing. It's been doing lots of testing. I think it'll probably improve its test environment eventually. I think that the whole idea that it can test is relatively new. Because before it couldn't, it'll just give you garbage. But here, it finds issues all the time before it gives it to me completely. And if it just gave it to me completely, it would have had an issue. I would have wasted more time, essentially, going back and forth to fix a bunch of problems and not even finding all the problems until maybe way later on. And that's the scary part, like not finding stuff until later. So if it wants to think about it for a second and double guess and double think what it has to do, and then do it too. Ooh, ooh. And a hooty hoo. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's done. So the command station stripped, the sink tanks and flim flam removed. Yep, map filter is removed. Whatever. New structure animation toggle in the view area. Loose ends tied up and whatever. Cool. Yeah. Let's go check out this yonder garbage. Good. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, now we're going to work on the operations. Bam, 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 bam. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah, yeah, yeah. A couple more perks. You can do it, buddy. Go check it all out. See, we've done a lot of updates so far within this session. You know what I mean? And in the past, I wouldn't have been able to do as many. And we have to refine the deep probe concept. It kind of sucks right now. Kind of sucks. It's just a non-existent mini game where you click on something, and it has to be better. Okay. Yep. Yep. Just a few more updates and we'll be done with this whole thing. Uh-huh. Yeah, know what I mean? Because the longer it is, actually, the worse it is, unless there's people here, but they're not. And if they are, who cares about them? They're not saying anything. And they don't care what I'm doing. Right? A bit more. Just a little bit more. All this testing you're doing all the time. Jeez. You crazy. Read all the test results. He's reading that log. But I can't see what it's reading. It's so interesting that it could run something and then have a log of things running and then read the log and then understand what happened, which is crazy. Yep. Yeah, sir. I guess you can have yourself this.
I'm Martha Morgan, carve my name in rust. Hone my aim on geese, made 'em bite the dust. Lancaster steady, painting red in a flash. Now I'm a storm, leaving towns in ash. Blood's on my boots, honor's long gone. Slaughter's my trade, but the work drags on. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Wasn't always this way. I was green, I was raw. Blew a horse sky high, dynamite broke the law. Train smashed another, left me bruised in the dust. Now I'm a reaper, 'cause failing's taught trust. Blood's on my hands, no guilt in my soul. Stacking them high, but the loot takes its toll. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. In the heat of the fight, where bullets scream fast, I've been timing a blur, moving sharp like the Flash, weaving smooth like Max. Shots grazing my brim, bullets can't touch me. I'm a shadow too grim, slow through the chaos. I've been timing my grip. Bounty men drop like dust, they fade quick. Dodging like an agent, slicking the phrase cruel bite. Corpses stack high, now loot's a tough fight. Shot 'em in the horse, sent 'em tumbling through air. Boss goes too swift, gotta pray, don't scare. Dog snap my heels, but my aim's cold as stone. Low honor's my shield, I ride wild and alone. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low honor's my way.
Oh, yeah.
Chasing that bourbon in this dead man's ballet. Between Blackwater's dust and St. Denis glare, I whipping my hair, shooting back at the law. Their line never ends, trust them not to crash. Old break round the bend.
Oh yeah.
Bosco speeds ablaze, but he's weak in a race. Dodging cliffs and lead, keeping death from my face. Outrun the law's eyes, to the fence I'll race. Counting blood-stained dollars from this deadly chase. Moving them corpses, piled high in a heap. Loot's out of reach, gotta dig through the deep. Blood's on my shirt, low water's my way. Chasing that bourbon in this
Dead man's belly.
hat strewn in the dirt. Guns
Beautiful.
clogging my path, hauling them bodies through the aftermath. Honor's long buried, but my aim cuts clean. Moving them corpses, I'm the outlaw supreme.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, we're back. Oh man. Oh man. Okay, where are we? And it just now finished. Isn't that awesome? Okay, so the modules are there. And then the next update that we need is this. Update the perks. Hauling them bodies through the aftermath. Oh, now. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay. So, I will now read to you from Homer's the Odysseus. How about that one? Would you like to see me read to you? Would you like to have some Odyssey action? The Odyssey? Would you like to have me read to you some of the Odyssey? Wouldn't that be nice? Won't that be nice? Hello. Hello. 1 second. 1 second. Things are weird. All of a sudden I can't access said book. Hold on. What, Gutenberg's having a problem? The odd, the odd, the oddie, the odd Odyssey spelled a certain way by Homer Sampson. Maybe they're having a problem. I should have downloaded it. And 5, 4, 3, 2, and I have the book right now. The Odyssey is broken down into 85 parts. Here, I'll play some nice background music for you. Boom boom baka ba boom boom bang boom binga banga banga boom boom baka ba boom bing bang boom bing baka boom boom and a bing baka boom bum 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 bing baka boom bum. Is that good? Oh boy. Boom boom baka ba boom bika bay. You know what I mean. Anyways, let's go ahead and read this thing. Starting with book 6. Book 7. Book 9. Oh my god. Book 7. Who is this Homer guy? Who taught him how to write things? Okay, so what do we got here? We got right around here. Okay, giants and stuff, and we have yep, the Psychons. Yeah, huh. And we have the banquet in the house of Flim Flam. Of course, you know, the reception of Ulysses at the palace of Flim Flam Land. Yeah, the meeting between those guys. Best book ever, I'll tell you what. Calypso and the relation, yep, goes over there. I'm pretty sure the Cyclops was before the half giants, right? Or that before or after? Probably before. Before Telemarchus. You see, this is a bunch of weird stuff where it's really boring. Okay? So, book 1, people are. Tell me, O muse, of that ingenious hero who traveled far and wide after he had sacked the famous town of Troy. Many cities did he visit, and many were the nations with whose manners and customs he was acquainted. Moreover, he suffered much by sea, while trying to save his own life and bring his men safely home. But do what he might, he could not save his men, for they perished through their own sheer folly in eating the cattle of the sun god Hyperion. So the god prevented them from ever reaching home. Tell me, too, about all these things, O daughter of Jove, from whatsoever source you may know them. So Cryo Shell and the Scavenging Unit reclaims waste from every cycle. This structure returns a share of what it consumes back into the bank. Oh, that's cool, I guess. Yeah, sure. Cryo Shell. Alright, that works. Show by structure type, very nice. And so that was just added, okay? Those were new features added. And we also have reduce trace from everything I do per level. Sure. Alright, so now perks are done. Find the black hole. Do it. How far are we along? Are we at 90%? We're at 93%. Okay. I'm very close to running out of session time. 93%. Okay, anyways. Oh, tell me, sweet, sweet muse with the crimson fingertips of the rosy morning. Tell me, tell me, oh, crimson hipped flim flam of the dewy dawn of the Olympian Jove, the sire of gods and men spoke first, of Agamemnon. The suitors came one by one, unsheathing their flims. Tell me, Telemachus, why do you sound like Peter Parker? My father is dead and gone. My dad's gone, okay? But anyways, my dad. I'll read you the Cyclops part. Oh, here we go. So here's the Cyclops part, okay? Here you go. And Ulysses answered, King Alcinous. I don't know. It is a good thing to hear a bard with such a divine voice as this man has. There's nothing better or more delightful than when a whole people make merry together, with the guests sitting orderly to listen, while the table's loaded with bread and meats and stuff, you know, and the cupbearer draws wine and fills the cup for every man. It's crazy, all this stuff. This is indeed as fair a sight as a man can see. Now, however, since you are inclined to ask the story of my sorrows, and rekindle mine own sad memories in respect of them, I did not know how to begin, nor yet how to continue, or flashback upon a flashback, you piece of garbage book. No wonder Nolan loves this thing. Here's a story of when this one guy was talking to somebody else, you know, boasting over their spoils, and he told a story about what happened one time. I am Ulysses, son of Laertes, renowned among mankind for all manner of subtlety, so that my fame extends to heaven. I live in Ithaca, where there is a high mountain called Neverton, covered in forests, and not far from it is there a group of islands very near to one another. Dulichium, Same, and the wooded island of Jason, whatever. Can't say that. It lies squat on the horizon, all highest up in the hills, you know. The sea toward the sunset, where the others lie away from it toward the dawn. If you want to know where it is, you can kind of see the islands laying out there. It's a rugged island, you see, but it breeds brave men, and mine eyes know none that they better love to look upon. The goddess Calypso kept me within her cave, and wanted me to marry her, as did also the cunning Aegean goddess Circe. But they could neither of them persuade me. It's just a very wide page here. I'm losing track. For there is nothing dearer to a man than his own country and his parents. And however splendid a time at home it may be far from the Blab Jones words. Now, however, I'll tell you of the many hazardous adventures by which Jove's will I met with on my return from Troy after the sacking and pillaging and things. So, this is the hero, okay? So this is word for word what it says. When I had set sail thence, the wind took me first to Ismarus, which is the city of the Scythons. There I sacked the town and put the people to the sword. We took their wives and also much booty, which we divided equitably amongst us, so that none might have reason to complain. I then said that we had better make off at once, but my men very foolishly would not obey me, so they stayed there drinking much wine and killing great numbers of sheep and oxen on the seashore. Meanwhile, the Scythons cried out for help to the other Scythons who lived inland. These were more in number and stronger, and they were more skilled in the art of war, so they could fight, either from chariots or on foot as the occasion served. In the morning, therefore, they came as thick as leaves and bloom in summer, and the hand of heaven was against us, so that we were hard pressed. They set the battle in array near the ships, and the hosts aimed their bronze shed spears at one another. So long as the day waxed, and it was still morning, we held our own against them, though they were more in number than we. But as the sun went down toward the time when men lose their oxen, the Scythons got the better of us, and we lost 6 men from every ship we had. So we got away with those that we had left. Thence we sailed onward with sorrow in our hearts, but glad to have escaped death, though we had lost our comrades. Nor did we leave till we had thrice invoked each one of those poor fellows who had perished by the hands of the Scythons. Then Jove raised the north wind against us, till it blew a hurricane, so that land and sky were hidden in thick clouds, and night sprang forth from the heavens. We let the ships run before the gale, but the force of the wind tore our sails to tatters. Okay. So we took him down for the fear of the shipwreck, and rowed our hardest toward land. There we lay 2 days and 2 nights, suffering from much alike from toil and distress of mind, but on the morning of the 3rd day we again raised our masts, set sail, and took our places, letting the wind and steersman direct our ship. I should have got home at that time and unharmed, had not the north wind and the currents been against me, as I was doubling Cape Mela, and set me off my course hard by the island of Cythera. I was driven thence by the foul winds for a space of 9 days upon the sea. But on the 10th day we reached the land of the lotus eaters, who live on a food that comes from a kind of flower, you see. So basically, they just raided some area, you know, by way of the wind, so, which is like the god Jove or Jove or whatever, okay, Jovian, right, Jupiter or something like that, and I'm guessing. So, they're saying by the way of the wind, your town was chosen for us to sack. So, they feel like it's ethically okay by the gods. And they have like this weird God's law thing to allow them to do weird stuff. Horrible things. And they're depicted as heroes, but they're telling a tale of horrible horrors. I guess back then it was different, where I slayed 1,000 men. Some of them were sleeping. You know? I don't know. And their wives. Yeah. So this is done. So we are about done with this session. Yep, 97%. We did a lot of updates here. A lot of updates. Black hole done. Next update, we'll work on the turret design and refine the deep probe, and eventually work on the turret, the tutorial. And I want to work on the creating the simulation. Like have it play the game and then save different states and see how it looks. It'll probably be terrible and a big waste of time. So it'll be like it'll probably chew on it forever and then give me garbage at the very end, wasting up all my time, I'm guessing. And the tutorial, I'm waiting to do more before the tutorial's fleshed out. Okay, so we're done now with the whole stream. We never even got to the Cyclopses. The wind took me over there, and we saw the land of the Cyclops. Oh, now. Oh. So here we go. Right over. We soon reached his cave, but he was out sheep herding, so we went inside and took stock of all that we can see. His cheese racks were loaded with cheeses, and he had more lambs and kids than his pens can hold. These were kept in separate flocks. First there were the hoggets, then the oldest of the younger lambs, and lastly the very young ones, all kept from one another. As for his dairy and the vessels, bowls, and milk pails which he milked were swimming with whey. When they saw all this, my men begged me to let them steal some cheeses and make off with them to the ship. They would then return, drive down the lambs and the kids, and put them on board and sail away with them. It would have been indeed better if we had done so, but I would not listen to them, for I wanted to see the owner myself and hope that he might give me a present. When, however, we saw him, my poor men found him ill to deal with. We lit a fire, offered some of the cheeses in sacrifice, and ate others of them, and then sat waiting until the Cyclops should come in with his sheep. When he came in, he brought with him a huge load of dry firewood to light the fire for his supper, and this he flung with such a huge noise on the floor of his cave that we hid ourselves for fear in the far end of the cavern. Meanwhile, he drove all the ewes inside, as well as the she-goats that he was going to milk, leaving the males, both rams and he-goats, outside in the yards. Then he rolled a huge stone in the mouth of the cave, so huge that 22 strong wheeled wagons could not be enough to draw it away from its place in front of the doorway. No. Crazy. But the Cyclops goes on to kill a bunch of them and chew them up and brain them on the ground, and it's pretty gory and terrible, you know. He dashes them against the rocks and there's brains flying everywhere, and he eats them, and it's terrible. And the way that they kill the Cyclops is pretty rough. It's really, really rough, you know. It's like the worst ever. It's, if I could find it for you. The child of morning, rosy-fingered dawn. So they got the Cyclops drunk. Okay? And right here, okay, so I thrust the beam of wood far into the embers to heat it, and encouraged my men, lest any of them should turn faint-hearted. When the wood, green though it was about to blaze, I drew it out of the fire glowing with heat, and my men gathered around me, for heaven had filled their hearts with courage. We drove the sharp end of the beam into the monster's eye, and bearing upon it with all my weight, I kept turning it round and round, as though I were boring a hole in a ship's plank with an auger. With 2 men with a wheel and strap can keep on turning as long as they choose. When thus we bore the red-hot beam into his eye till the boiling blood bubbled all over it, we worked it round and around so that the steam from the burning eyeball scalded his eyelids and eyebrows. As the roots of the eye sputtered in the fire, as the blacksmith plunges an axe or hatchet into the wood, into the cold water to temper it, for it is that it gives strength to the iron, and it makes a great hiss as he does so, even though did the Cyclops' eye hiss around the beam of olive wood, and his hideous yells made the cave ring again. Horrible. So that's probably in the movie, and it's probably very vivid, I'm guessing. And it probably is the appropriate tone and shocking, because that moment is kind of shocking amongst the rest of the casual description of what's happening. They're like weird, casual bad guys that don't really see it as being bad. They see it as fate and opportunity based upon the dice rolls depicted by the gods. And if you put on the weird armor that has the holy symbols all over it and you march down the street without tripping, then you're meant to kill the people. If you're holding the mighty sword of Flim Flam and Flim Flam doesn't stop you, then Flim Flam allowed it. Basically, is what they believe. If wind is steering their sails, and they say, by the wind, our destination will be those that we kill in your name, and then the wind blows, they say, well, the wind did it. Let loose, boys. So, there it is. And then that's what the entire story sort of is about, in theory. It is the end of the gods, because it's clearly the people in it were in a time when they believed in the gods quite thoroughly, and they used it as a set of their entire ethical, moral, and legal compass for how things worked. The law of Zeus and so forth, to make sure that you give gifts to people. Like, the guy said that he wanted to go speak with the Cyclops to get a free gift because of the law of Zeus. So he's going to abuse that before they go rob the guy. And the same thing with the Trojan horse. They're abusing the law of Zeus to be allowed into the city because they have to accept the gift, to the gods. Otherwise, it's a betrayal of the gods. If they say this is a gift for the gods, then you have to accept it, sort of. It's like the pirates calling a parlay, and they have to agree. Oh, well, you said the words, so we have to let you in. It's like a vampire has to ask for permission, sort of thing. Here, these guys were abusing it here and there while sticking to it, while using it as legal coverage and then abusing it, The whole thing about killing the sheep and the cattle after they're done with the sacking of the town, that was bad. Okay? That was a bad thing. Maybe sack the town, then leave. But then you use it as a green light to then kill all the cattle. And then have fun with the sheep. And so forth and so on across the board. And that's the entire story. I'm just guessing if I were to read the entire thing. That's what the entire thing's about. It's like the crossover time period with the people that were thoroughly in belief of that, those that were abusing it, and people that didn't believe it, on the outskirts and the crossover, and then coming back to reality and then dealing with the ramifications of that amongst the people. So of course it has to be sort of a PTSD, sort of a dramatic thing that the Odyssey movie probably is, by Christopher Nolan. So you can't go in there expecting like Clash of the Titans or something, where you have some default hero. Hercules is a good guy, These guys are specifically bad guys. It's not Hollywood trying to taint the hero. These guys were not heroes to begin with. They were heroes in the context of their world, because that's what a hero was. A sacker of towns and taker of wives by the dozen. How many wives have you taken, by force? I'm a hero. It's a different context, and it's not as easy to classify. as saying, "Oh, it was a different time," because it really was a different time, and that's what the actual story is about. About it being a different time. And it really is written very petty and Shakespearean, but not really. Sometimes it's written pretty casually. Other times it's kind of bloated. So you got to work with that in terms of the script, so I understand. And I saw the first maybe 15, 20 minutes of The Odyssey on X yesterday, bootleg. And from what I saw, it's fine. I have no issue with a multicultural group of people hanging out in that building, because it's a bunch of different suitors in the castle trying to be next in line to be the king by having what's her face choose him, whatever her name is, the wife of Odysseus, who's waiting for Odysseus. There's a bunch of suitors, and they're a bunch of different people from the area, so there's no context, and who knows, these are hubs of people, so it doesn't really matter as much. And then in terms of them speaking with colloquial terms or normal language, it's fine. Given the context, you wouldn't really speak super proper. It's kind of immersion breaking for a person to always say, "My father wouldn't approve." No, you speak kind of casually unless you are that kind of person. It all depends on the context. So I'm fine with all that. And from what I saw, there's a couple artistic things that Nolan took liberty of. There's a scene with the bow. Matt Damon plucks his bowstring. This is sort of a spoiler, but not really. In the trailer, because they show a scene in the trailer and other clips and other bootleg clips and whatnot. It shows the beggar bum adjust and fix his bow before taking a really hard shot, and it ended up being Matt Damon. But it shows him put together the bow and then pluck the bowstring, and it makes a really resounding thrum, like he plucked it, and everyone reacts. And Robert Pattinson runs away in fear because they knew what was about to happen. Okay? But then from what I saw in the beginning of the movie, Pattinson was talking about knowing Matt Damon, Ulysses, when he was younger, during a hunt. And during that hunt, it shows Matt Damon pluck his bowstring before shooting the boar, which made the boar run out of the bushes and then hit his leg. And then John Leguizamo asked, "Why'd you pluck your bowstring?" "To make it fair, to give them the chance." So then, of course, that's why he plucked the bowstring. So, and that wasn't in the story, I'm just guessing. And I'm guessing that there's a few moments like that where it kind of ties together nicely in a Nolan sort of way. But if you're caught up in weird... So in this context, it doesn't really matter. Okay? Really. It doesn't really matter. I understand now. Including Elliot. Okay? Who dies in 2 seconds. In the first 3 minutes, okay? The fact this person dies in 3 minutes, it's okay. They're just a messenger. Random messenger. Might as well be an extra. Put a famous face in an extra. No big deal. And then attach a vague story to an extra. It's no big deal. The doorman B says XYZ. Now, doorman B blows up. Whatever. So it's probably a good movie. I don't know if it needs to be in IMAX. I don't know what that adds to it. Besides the fact that there's a Cyclops, that's a giant Cyclops, there's a giant sea monster, there's an ocean, there is there's half giants, there's an imposing thing, but most of the other things are just people talking. That's kind of weird to have on a giant screen. But anyways, I'll catch you all later. Okay? We made some nice progress here with the game. It's been a couple days. And, yeah. Made some nice progress here. Nice progress here. I gotta change how that is. It's a bit dense. It's a bit dense. Okay. All right. I'll have it where these barriers share damage, where they distribute damage based upon touching each other. That's a quick thing I can do. Yep, it's all working out pretty well. Buffer boxes, thermal cells. It's nice and obvious which tiles are hot. Yep. Nice and obvious. Put the thermal bus around here. Okay, the ice forge. I'm trying to make sure there's nothing redundant and left out here. The flux exporter. It's almost redundant between those two. Almost. It's almost. But it's like the bandwidth weaver and the bandwidth relay. And then you got the flux exporter and the ice forge. Very similar in concept. But that's how things are sometimes. The virus is hot. Fast forward. Under view, we have animation. Alright, good. Upgrade all. Looking great there. Nightfall. The resource is gone, nice and trimmed up. We did a lot during this stream in terms of the game here. Yep. Yep. Nice and trimmed up. A lot of updates back to back. Got the queue listing. Alright, so I will go ahead and say goodbye now. So now tonight, I gotta wait until some other later time, a while later, 2 hours. So I'll be thinking about what to do. I'll be playing the game on my own, I guess, and then playing it deeply, and then thinking about things, about what to do, you know. What to do usually. I'll get some idea somewhere in there. Just shift it over, and then I have to brainstorm a couple things, and I can flesh out a couple of my longer term updates and get the tutorial built in the background. Because I can build the tutorial on the side and then incorporate it into the game, you know, to make it easier. And then we have a new design for the turret I want to refine, and then refine the deep probe concept, and then the distributed damage in the wall, and then map traversal, because right now we get to the ocean and then there's nothing. Ocean platform to nothing. Okay, and this other weird thing, that's just a weird little project of craziness. tutorial thing will happen. Deep probe, turret design, brainstorm. Turret design is pretty basic. This distributed damage in the wall is the most basic thing, and we'll do the most. Okay, and make sheet more visible in the map. Tiles at a glance. Color shift, orange to blue. Orange, green. You know the deal. You know the deal. Orange and green in the middle somewhere. Yep. Yep. That's what's going to happen while I'm gone. Plus, I'll be on X doing Xy things. You know, babe. Odysseus. Odysseus. All right.